Good evening. The San Dimas City Council and Successor Agency meeting tonight, May 25th. The May 25th, 2021 City Council meeting will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N 2920. The City Council's chambers will be open at a 50% capacity. All attendees must wear masks and observe a 6-foot social distancing. Seating will be limited. Pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order dated March 17, 2020, the City Council is authorized to hold public meetings via teleconferencing and make meetings accessible electronically to all members of the public seeking to observe and to address the legislative body. All Brown Act provisions that require the physical presence of the City Council and/or the public for the City Council meetings are waived. A public agenda package is available. Council is present. Please rise for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. City Manager, would you just give a brief update about the changes between this meeting and the June 8th meeting, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In accordance with the public health order issued by the county and the direction of the council, effective our next meeting, June 8th of the council, and going forward, the council will move back to in-person public comment, and we'll offer a 3-minute public comment session at the beginning and a 3-minute public comment session at the end of the agenda, and allow up to 50% capacity of attendance in the council chambers, and will no longer take public comment via phone or Zoom. We will still be broadcasting the meeting as we have in the past, so that folks can actually watch it from home.
Thank you. Oral communications. Members of the audience are invited to address the City Council on any item on the agenda or not on the agenda. Public comments will not be taken during each individual item except for public hearings. Comments on public hearing items will be heard at the time when it is scheduled for discussion. Under the provisions of the Brown Act, the legislative body is prohibited from engaging in discussions on any item not appearing on a posted agenda. However, your concerns may be referred to as staff or set for discussion at a later date. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. This will be the only oral communication period with the exception of public hearing. Directions for public comment period. There will be 3 options for members of the public to participate during oral communications. There will be 1 oral communication period at the beginning of this meeting for the public to comment on any matter on or off the agenda. Each speaker will have 1 3-minute opportunity to make their comments. At the 2-minute mark, staff will announce 1 minute remains. Public comment will be taken during each individual agenda item, except for public comments will be taken separately for the public hearing agenda. Public comments will be taken in the following order. Written comments received by email before 5 o'clock will be provided to the council, posted on the website, acknowledged by name and topic, and added to the permanent record. In-person participants. Phone participants may call 909-394-6206 before the closure of the public comment period. Public comment may also be submitted by logging into the meeting through the Zoom link provided in the agenda. Public hearings will also follow the above protocol. Madam City Clerk, do we have any written comments?
Mayor, before we start on this item, I wanted to remind the public again, like last time, that this oral communications period at the beginning is for items that are not the public hearing items tonight. So for any public hearings tonight, the members of the public should wait and make their comments during that public hearing so that their comments are made part of the official record for that public hearing. For oral communications right now, it should only be not the public hearing items.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
Mayor, council members, the city clerk's office received the following emails in regards to item Arco gas station. There was a petition submitted by the owner, Mike. I'll leave it at Mike. I don't want to mess up his last name. The petition included over 100 individuals who are in support of the new alcohol license and remodel of the subject.
Madam City Clerk, we need to wait for those. Any items related to ARCO is a public hearing item tonight, so to make sure they get into the public hearing record, those written comments need to be described during the ARCO item.
Okay. Then items not on the agenda. We received a public comment from Adrian Vasquez regarding an RV issue in his neighborhood on Sierra View that will be given over to staff to look into. Betty Jean Land submitted comments regarding, this is also on the agenda, it's not a public comment, on 309 West Allen Avenue, the warehouse project, and issues regarding truck traffic. Betty Jean Land also submitted comments regarding campaign contributions for candidates, city council, and mayor. Cecilia Perini submitted an email in regards to a dog park for seniors at mobile home parks. And that completes the public comments for items that are not public, part of the public hearing.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person speakers?
Mayor, 5 speaker cards have been turned in. The first speaker will be Amanda Lee.
Hi. Okay. So is there anything I need to do? You can hear me clearly. Okay. So I first off want to say hi. It's nice to see you all in person. I was a little bit under the weather last council meeting, so I wasn't able to come in person. I wanted to start off by thanking the Foothill Gold Mine and the Construction Authority and the Kiewit Parsons for hosting a update in regards to the gold mine that is coming through from Glendora to Pomona. They do have the recording available on the Foothill Gold Mine website. And the San Dimas Community Post also published a summary for residents and plan to post updates as they come, hopefully on a more regular basis so that residents can stay up to date. I also wanted to thank John from the Code Enforcement Department. I actually spoke to him today. He got back to me very quickly when I left him a message. I was sent a notice in regards to the alley maintenance. I live in Old Town, so we got a general notice, but it wasn't entirely clear that it was a general notice that was sent to everybody. So he cleared that up very quickly, and I posted on social media, and a lot of people were just like, oh my goodness, I thought it was sent to me personally, and I was really worried, and I ran out to my alley to check. It's good for us to check because sometimes we don't do that regularly. So I wanted to thank him for quickly getting back and clearing that up. I also wanted to say that I'm in favor for limiting the campaign contributions somewhat. It is unneeded to have huge campaign contributions at this government level. So I'm excited to hear from you all in regards to the staff report and hearing the opinions of those of you that have ran a campaign. So you've been through that and you've done this before. So I look forward to hearing from you, and I thank everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Isabel Ebner, speaking on item 5B.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay, I'm a little short for this microphone.
you can pull your mic down.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Badar, City Council members. I'm Isabel Ebner. I live on West 4th Street. I'm speaking on my behalf as a private citizen. And as the Madam City Clerk said, I'm speaking on item 5B, campaign contributions. I just wanted to make a quick comment that I personally would like to see campaign contributions limited. I would suggest anywhere from $250 to $500 per individual donor. I just believe that this would level the playing field for local elections for city council and mayor. Our neighbor, the city of Claremont, has a $250 cap on their campaign contributions at this level. And in 2018, the Pew Research Center released a report that showed widespread bipartisan support for campaign contribution limits. 77% of respondents to their report said that there should be limits on the amount of money individuals and organizations can contribute to candidates, because people who make large political donations should not have more political influence than others. Personally, I believe this would be a benefit so that anyone who wants to run in our city is not dissuaded by the cost. I think this would increase the candidate pool as well as make it more accessible for people of all income levels. Also, I believe that the average person who lives in San Dimas in our community who wants to support a candidate probably wouldn't spend more than $250 to $500. I think that's an expenditure that most average people just can't give more than $500 to a local campaign. And so, in order to make things fair, make sure that, your average voting citizen has an equal voice in the race, I think that having a limit would help limit the influence that big businesses, developers, and other economic interests have over our local elections. And lastly, I really do believe that candidates for city council and mayor care about our community, and rather than having them focus on fundraising during the campaign and spending excessive amounts of money on campaign literature and signs, I'd like to see our candidates maybe focus on fundraising for local organizations or, getting to know the constituents and their needs rather than spending a ton of time just trying to raise money to compete in the race. So those are my reasons for wanting to see campaign contributions implemented in San Dimas, and I look forward to hearing your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker number 3 is Jimmy, speaking on item 4C.
It's a part of the public hearing, sir, so we'll call you. When we call that item, then we'll have discussion. Thank you.
So those completes all of the speaker cards that have been turned in for items that are not public hearing.
Thank you. I'm sorry, what? No? Okay, do we have any speakers on the telephone? Yes. Okay, please.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Betty Jean Lamb calling regarding campaign contributions. On March 23rd, 2021, Mr. Weber said, "The only reason the public knows who contributed to my campaign is because I gave them that information. I would like the voting public to know that making campaign contributions public is required by state law on disclosure of campaign contributions and is not voluntary on a candidate's part. The City of San Dimas website states, state law requires the filing of campaign disclosure statements by local candidates for elective office. Statements are filed on a regular cycle with additional statements required during election years. These statements provide the public with details on who contributes money and how that money is spent. Typical forms include a number of campaign disclosure statement Form 460s, supplemental independent expenditure report Form 465, and more. Candidates are fined for failure to report. Additionally, on February 25, 2020, campaign contributions to candidates for San Dimas City Council and Mayor were published in the Daily Bulletin article. So while Mr. Weber did provide his campaign contribution information to the public, it was because he was required to do so by law and not at his own discretion, as his comment could lead us to believe. I am in favor of stricter campaign contributions that can be made to individual candidates for city council and mayor than those imposed by the state, because our city is so small, smaller campaign contributions are appropriate. I support making campaign contributions to our city's local elections stricter than the state's limit. I think campaign contributions in the amount of several thousands to tens of thousands of dollars is way too much to be sure our elected representatives are free from the appearance of or actual outside influences on their decision-making, and favor numerous small campaign contributions from individual citizens or self-funded campaigns. For example, $2,000 maximum loan from self to campaign, $250 maximum from a single individual or business entity, up to a maximum total limit of $2,500 for all campaign contributions to cover the cost of publication of candidate statement to be included with ballots and costs of campaign flyers, their distribution, yard signs, banners, town hall meeting, place rentals, pancake breakfast, etc. It shouldn't take $4,600 or more to run a successful campaign for elected office in the small city of San Dimas. If John Ebener can do it, or if Emma Ramirez can almost do it on a shoestring budget, so can other candidates. I am more likely to vote for a candidate that actually comes to talk to me at my house than one who only sends out a pretty picture brochure full of empty, meaningless promises they cannot and will
Excuse me,
not
ma'am, your
keep.
time has
Good
expired.
night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi everyone, my name is Sylvia Melendez. I'm the Operations Director for the San Dimas Chamber of Commerce. The San Dimas Chamber would like to cordially invite people to the public to 3 upcoming events. Tomorrow at 11:30 a.m., we will be having our virtual luncheon with host Sean Snyder from the SBDC. He will be talking about the services that SBDC provides, as well as grant preparation. Also, tomorrow, Wednesday, May 26th at 6 p.m., we will be having the Teacher of the Year Awards, and that will be presented by the San Dimas and Laverne Chamber of Commerce. We will be recognizing the teachers in the Bonita Unified School District, as well as some local private schools. A link for the event can be found on the front page of the San Dimas Chamber of Commerce, and as well as our social media and our calendar section. We would like to thank each and every sponsor that made the event possible, the Bonita Unified School District, and each teacher for their hard work and dedication. Lastly, we would like to invite the public to join us for a ribbon cutting celebration in honor of the Starbucks relocation to 999 West Arrow Highway in San Dimas. The event will be taking place on Thursday, May 27th at 10 a.m. If you have any questions, you could call me directly at 909-592-3818, again 909-592-3818, or visit the San Dimas Chamber of Commerce.com. Thank you.
Sylvia, are you still with us?
And we've got a little bit of feedback there, John. I wonder if
Mr. Mayor,
lowering the volume might.
the phone number is area code 909-592-3818.
Thank you.
We don't have any more callers at this time except for public hearings.
Okay. Any Zoom or anyone streaming on the platform?
We are now taking oral communication for those who are joining us through Zoom. If you wish to take part and are joining us by internet device, please locate the Zoom raise hand feature and click on the hand icon. For those who dialed into Zoom, press *9 on your phone now to raise the hand feature in Zoom. You will be identified by your screen name for internet device and the last 4 digits of caller ID for dialed-in participants. Participants will be called upon one at a time in the order the hand was raised. When called upon, please unmute. To unmute from an internet device, click the microphone button at the bottom. From a phone, press *6. Our first Zoom participant is Sean C. It's your turn to speak. Please unmute your microphone, state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, City Council, members of the audience. The recall District Attorney George Gascon petition has been approved for circulation. Just this Saturday, some volunteers set up a booth on Bonita and collected 40+ signatures. As mentioned before, this campaign is nonpartisan and is about public safety in LA County being flipped on its head. Since being elected as Los Angeles County District Attorney, Gascon has abandoned crime victims and their family. He has disregarded the rule of law and weakened lawful sentencing requirements for the most violent criminals, including murderers, armed robbers, and rapists. Deputy district attorneys can't go to parole hearings to oppose the release of any offender up for parole, no matter how serious or how violent the offense is. Many voted for Gascon, hoping he would bring reform to the district attorney's office, but has only brought discord and grief for the many families who now see the murders of their loved ones getting plea deals for their sentences, and the mother of Anthony Avalos, Heather Barron, and her boyfriend Kareem Ernesto Leiva, who tortured and brutally murdered Anthony, won't face the death penalty under Gascon's administration. There are droves of former Gascon supporters flooding this campaign. If you're one, please join us. If you want to get involved with collecting signatures, go to recallgeorgegascon.com. I am the city captain for the campaign and hope to see you while collecting signatures. I also would like to say I support the city in their adopting a campaign finance ordinance. I think it's definitely necessary, especially on the level of this type of this government. We see the kind of abuses on the federal and state level. We definitely do not want to see this on a level we've seen on a local level to an extent. But it would be great to have an ordinance that makes it much stricter. Unfortunately, I couldn't be at the city council. I'm still a little bit under the weather from my final vaccination, but I will be present at the next city council. That's all I had to say. I hope to see you all soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other Zoom callers at this time.
We'll give it about 30 seconds. Okay, consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless a member of the City Council requests a separate discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask Chris Constantine to just talk briefly about item 3G, which is an ordinance we are introducing tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Ebner. 3G is an ordinance amending a prohibition on fireworks to allow the city and the school district to provide fireworks shows during special events. For quite a number of years, the school district has been offering a fireworks show on one of their campuses, and up until recently, it was not common knowledge that there was a blanket prohibition of fireworks in the city of San Dimas. So in keeping with being consistent with our policies as promulgated by the code, this amendment is intended to change to make what was illegal this entire time, now legal, and allowing the city or the school district to be able to conduct such fireworks shows when it's performed by licensed pyrotechnic experts, thereby allowing them to continue the show for the schools.
Any further questions for Chris?
If not, I move approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Mayor, we'll need to read
Aye.
the ordinance and then waive further.
Pardon me?
reading. We need to read the title of the ordinance and waive further reading.
Madam City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Dimas, County of Los Angeles, California, amending San Dimas Municipal Code Section 9.27.010, fireworks prohibited.
Ready to waive further reading?
So move. We approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, any further items want to be pulled from the consent calendar? Okay. Do we have a motion on the consent calendar portion itself?
I move that we approve the entire consent calendar.
Right, I second that as well.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Okay, this would be a public hearing regarding Open Space Maintenance District Number 1, Track 32818 Boulevard, and the adoption of a resolution confirming the assessment. Brad?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. This item is brought before the council annually to address the assessment used to offset the cost for maintenance of the Boulevard Landscape District. The assessment district was created without an annual allowance for a consumer price index or CPI or other rate adjustment outside of that allowed per government code section 53753.
Brad, excuse me, Mayor.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if council doesn't mind, out of respect for folks that might be here for item C, would it be okay to take it out of order unless there's somebody here pressing on the open space maintenance districts to take item C first?
I have no problem with it. Since we started this one, let's finish this one, and then we'll go to, when we get to B, we'll go to 4.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. The engineer report was prepared with the scope to include general landscape maintenance, tree trimming, water, electricity on a quarterly basis. On April 13th, the City Council adopted Resolution 2021-16 approving the engineer's report. The fund balance in the Boulevard Assessment District is positive, and there's no increase being proposed in the assessment rate. The 2020-2021 assessment rate was $532.58 per parcel, and the proposed rate is the same. With that, staff recommends the City Council conduct a public hearing on proposed assessment rate for Open Space Maintenance District Number 1, Track Number 32818. And at the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council may adopt the resolution confirming the diagram and assessment for fiscal year 2021-22 for Open Space Maintenance District 1, the Boulevard. With that, that concludes my presentation.
Okay, we'll open up public hearing. Are there any questions of Brad at this time? We'll open up the public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on item 4A? Do we have any calls? No. Okay, any Zoom?
Zoom callers, if you wish to speak on this public hearing, please use the hand raise feature now.
See, none? Okay. Close the public hearing.
Mayor, we just need to check to see if there's any written.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have any written?
There are no written emails.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do I have a motion? Or do you have any questions of the council? Anybody want to ask Brad anything? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
To waive further reading and approve Resolution 2021-29.
Second.
Okay, does she need to read the resolution? Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, passes 5-0. Okay, we're going to skip item 4B, and we'll come back to that. We're going to open up 4C, Precise Plan 21-0002, Conditional Use Permit 20-0004, and DPRB Case 20-0018. A request to remodel an existing 1,797 square feet auto repair facility into a convenience store and to allow the off-site sale of beer and wine, type 20 ABC license, in association with existing gas station located at 645 East Foothill Boulevard within the Commercial Highway CH Zone and Scenic Highway Overlay SHO Zone, APN 8665-037-008. Staff, Fabiola?
Good evening. This item was continued from the May 11th City Council meeting. Next slide. As you read in the title and the introduction, it is a precise plan to ensure the proposed improvements are in compliance with the scenic highway overlay zone. Also, a conditional use permit is being sought out to allow for sales of beer and wine for off-site consumption, and DPRB architectural design and layout of the proposed improvements at the site. Next. So the project site is located in the Commercial Highway and the Scenic Highway Overlay Zone, and it's located at the corner of San Dimas Canyon Road and Foothill Boulevard, as shown on the slide. And it's currently developed with an ARCO service station and auto repair facility. The auto repair facility is being proposed to be converted into a convenience store. No additional additions to the footprint will be done. It will stay within the same size as it is right now, which is under 2,000 square feet. And it requires partial demolition of the existing building in order to enhance the existing structure that is there. Next, please. As you can see, that's where the site is located at. That's the existing building is 1,797 square feet. The arrow in red is showing an existing driveway that it's going to be closed, that is close to the intersection for safety reasons. We never really want to have driveways that are close to the intersections for vehicular movements and for safety reasons. The other one that is along Foothill Boulevard will remain open to facilitate the delivery of fuel and also the movement of vehicles. Not both driveways can be closed, but at least we're eliminating one to make it a little bit safer. Next, please. So these are the current conditions. This is what how the property is developed at this point. It is the typical gas station that was built probably in the 60s, and it has a very square flat roof building. Next. That also shows the looking from towards the west side, towards west north of the site, and some of the improvements that will be done, we will show in the next slides, will be the canopy, the existing canopy for the fuel dispenser is going to be enhanced to match the proposed architecture of the convenience store, as well as some enhancements to the existing monument sign to also match the proposed architectural of the convenience store. In addition to that, the driveway that is going to be removed, there's going to be additional landscaping installed, and sidewalk will be also constructed to match what's there, what's existing. Next, please. So the first image there that will be the front, which is the south elevation. They are proposing to do hardy plank bore, which is kind of cement bore that simulates wood with some stacked stone. It's kind of a craftsman style architectural design. The second one is the rear or the north elevation. Next, please. And the one at the top will be the west elevation, and the one at the bottom is the east elevation. So all the elevations, as you can see, are consistent in materials and colors and design. In addition to that, next please. As mentioned before, the fuel dispenser canopy will also be modified to match, as you saw on the previous slides. It's a flat roof. They're going to do a pitch roof to match what the convenience store will look like. And in addition to that, the monument sign will also be changed, modified to match the materials. Next, please. Also, they will be constructing a new trash enclosure, and you can see it's going to have a trellis and some split face walk that will be decorative. Next, please. So the off-sale requests, there are currently 2 existing off-sale licenses in that particular census tract, which is 4004.02. One is located across the street, which is the 7-Eleven, located at 660 East Foothill Boulevard, and the other one is from Ranch Town Market, which is located on San Dimas Avenue. The one from Ranch Town Market is a type 21, which allows beer, wine, and spirits, distilled spirits. And the one at 7-Eleven is for beer and wine, which is type 20, which is exactly what the applicant from the Arco gas station is requesting. Next, please. So this shows the floor plan of the proposed convenience store. Right now, the applicant is proposing to dedicate 3 coolers out of the 7 cooler doors, and those are with the hatch lines being indicated on the floor plan. That will be dedicated to the sales of alcohol. In addition, they like to have the optional or the ability to also have a 6x6 floor area to display alcohol. The conditions of approval limit the area to be not to exceed 70 square feet of the total size of the convenience store, which equates to roughly a little under 4%. Next, please. Because the census tract, according to ABC, based on the population, there are 2 licenses that are allowed, and 2 licenses already exist. So if council was to approve this additional license, it will be what is called undue concentration will be created. Basically, there will be more licenses based on the ratio of the population within that census tract. And so when that happens, there are options that cities have. And one is to do this public convenience or necessity finding. And so as indicated on your staff report, basically the Business and Professions Code provides some guidance when it comes to making those findings. And it basically, so some of those findings that are made is, one, when you look at the whole city, all the reporting districts, the city is divided into 10 reporting districts. So when you take a look and compare all the reporting districts and what is the crime rate, this reporting district has the lowest crime rate, which is 27, compared to the city-wide average, which is 81.9. So based on that, it says the Business and Professions Code states that if it's above 20% of the overall average of the city, council can choose to deny it. In this case, it's lower than the average. Also to, if there's undue concentration that is going to take place, council can also deny it. So in this case, the alcohol of sales and consumption will be ancillary to the convenience store. In looking at the crime data and consulting the sheriff's department, staff and DP Planning Commission did not have any issues with the request. Also, the calls for service from the sheriff department were 9 in the past 12 months. Some of these were the nature of domestic violence, suspicious persons, traffic collision that not necessarily happened at the site, but the call was made from the site. And so those are there were 9 calls for service, not necessarily generated by the users, but whoever made the calls from the site. Next, please. So making the findings for public convenience or necessity, some of the things that some of the findings is that you will not be adversely affecting the surrounding line uses and the growth of and development of the area. The request is compatible with the nearby developments. There's commercial, there's also residential, behind it. But there's other commercial like 7-Eleven as well as office uses, and that the request will not be detrimental to the health and safety of the citizens in San Dimas. Next, please. So the city did receive a number of public comments. The city had received up to the time that the PowerPoint was prepared, 3 emails and 10 verbal comments from the public. One was from Mr. Gurdeep Singh, who owns the subway at 728 East Foothill. He's also the owner of the 7-Eleven across the street. From Kirsten and Associates, representing 7-Eleven at 660 East Foothill. Some of the issues that was raised was high crime area and undue concentration of alcohol licenses. Next, please. And the verbal comments that we received, a lot of them were anonymous, but we kept a log. And most of the concerns that were brought up was concerns with homelessness and no need for additional off-site alcohol sales. Also a letter from Grisham, Savage Attorney at Law, was received raising concerns related to possible contamination of the project site due to former automotive repair facility. Next. The project is categorically exempt pursuant to all the sections listed on the slide. Since today, before the city council meeting, we also received a number of emails, which I'm sure that city clerk will state how many, because I don't know exactly how many total. I have about 5 emails that I got. Opposing the ABC license, the off-sale of beer and wine. We also received a petition that were submitted from the applicant in support of the alcohol license. In addition to that, there were letters submitted from a former employee of the gas station, indicating that during the time that she worked there were no issues, and I believe that maybe you've gotten a copy of that. In addition to that, there was a letter submitted by the applicant and property owner, by the property owner of the Arco gas station, indicating that the automotive facility did minor repairs, such as tire change, oil change, check fluids in the vehicles. So no major auto repair like rebuilding engines. So the possibility for contamination is less likely. And again, based on the project size and the fact that it's a conversion of a small structure and it's an infill development project, it's exempt from CEQA. Next, please. So as such as staff, the board, and the planning commission recommend that the city council approve precise plan 21-0001, conditional use permit 20-0004, and development plan review 20-0018, subject to the conditions of approval included in the resolutions. And I'll be more than happy, that concludes my presentation, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions of Fabiola?
I just have one question. My understanding as I was going through this, I've done a fair bit of reading on it to stay on top of it. It sounded like the ABC's, or the declaration that we need to make, sounds like it's the Business and Professions Code, which lays that out. It was a declaration of convenience and necessity, or is it convenience or necessity?
Or necessity.
Or necessity, so it's one or the other?
Yes.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Oh, yeah, I did have a couple of questions. Thanks for the report, Fabiola. I think I emailed you a couple of questions so you'd know what I was going to ask, but one of them was last meeting, so I'll say it. So to start out with, in the DPRB staff report, it says that it refers to demolishing an existing 1,797 square foot auto repair garage and replacing it with a 2,006-foot convenience store. By the time it got to the Planning Commission, and then again tonight, it refers to remodeling a 1,797 square foot auto repair facility into a convenience store.
Yeah, I think it's just semantics. Basically, what it is, yes, the DPRB. What happened? There was a little bit of confusion between staff, but it is 1,797.
Okay.
Whatever it is, the sites. That's what it is. They are. If you look at the plans, it shows a demolition plan, and you can see that there's a partial demolition. Not the entire building is being demolished. So that technically constitutes a remodel, but it depends who's seeing it, from what lens you want to see it. It's a partial demolition, or you can say it's a remodel, but it's just semantics, really.
So a partial demolition would be a demolition of everything except one stick. So how partial is this demolition?
Yeah, if you look at the plans, on the demolition plan, it shows that the rear wall, all of that is going to remain. Some of the site wall.
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you. What was it again?
Okay, I said if you look at the site plan, the rear wall for sure is going to remain. Let me just take a quick look. I'm sorry, it has a clip.
Oh, it's okay.
So,
take your time.
I'll be able to answer the question better if I look at the plans. Okay, that's the one page I'm not going to find tonight. But basically, from what I recall, the rear wall is going to stay, and part of the demolition. Oh, thank you.
Which page is that on of the?
Yeah, it will be sheet 8, 1.0. And so what you will see is that 16 walls to be demolished. So what's going on is the exterior wall to the east will be demolished and be kind of brought in a little bit, and they'll build a new wall. The wall on the rear will remain, and then the walls on the and some on the side will remain as well on the west elevation, but partial, a part of the wall on the west elevation as well as the front, which is the south elevation, will be demolished.
Okay. And I've seen this kind of technique used before in many things, including housing remodels, where, the house is essentially demolished, and
Right.
there's a wall left, a closet or something, and then they build something, and they therefore avoid various steps they might have to take. My point is, we got a letter about an environmental review of, especially, I think, some of the, the hazardous conditions that might exist on the property. Are we absolutely positive that this kind of a remodel or redo of the building does not trigger a higher review in the CEQA process?
I will say that based on the uses, the answer will be no, that it will not require an additional investigation. And they also not digging, except for maybe the new footings that are going to be done for the new building, which basically it's type 5 construction, basically all wood. And the architect can probably respond a little better to that, but I assume that there will be 12 by 12 feet, 12 inches, footings. So there's really not anything out of the ordinary in the request. Also, 2 gas stations previously were required to clean up change the tanks, clean up all the soil, and that was many years ago. And this has been done in this particular gas station as well. I don't remember the year, but it has been done.
I see. Yeah, I seem to remember that. But okay, thanks. So that's just about that part about the scope of the project and whether there's anything required in your opinion. So one other thing about the project, I always like asking about the trees. It sounds like they're planting some new trees in the project.
Yeah, and all the pine trees will be. I'm sorry. All the pine trees will remain at the site.
Okay.
They're not removing any trees, and there will be additional trees planted and new landscaping in the areas that are going to be affected, in the areas that also landscaping is deficient. There will be new landscaping installed.
And I saw some new trees, including a couple of live oaks.
Correct.
And some red buds and whatever.
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't know if anybody else has any questions, but I wanted to just ask a little bit about the alcohol. So there was a slide, on slide 13 of your presentation, I don't know if we could take a look at that, because I didn't understand what you said about the 20% of something would, allow the city council to make a decision on it. So I think, so it was about this slide, and then you said 20% of something.
Yeah, basically, the 81.9 is taking all the crime reported within each reporting district that the city has. The city has a number of 10 reporting districts. So they add all those numbers and divide it by the 10, and so the average is 81.9. So when you look at 27, the crime rate, so what you're looking is 27 higher than 20%?
Of what?
Of 81.9.
So 27 is higher than 20%, and so what is that?
No, it's lower than the average, than the 20%.
Well,
Maybe I'm not explaining it.
Yeah, I'm not understanding, because the average shown there is, let's call it 82%. For
No, that is not a percentage.
That is 82, a number 82.
Yes,
This district is 27.
correct.
So 27 is more than 20% of 80. 20% of 80 would be 16.
You want to explain?
So maybe I'm not understanding the whole thing.
So the 20% would be 20% higher than the average. So it'd be 20% above 81.
20% higher, not of.
Correct. 20% higher than 81. So that's like.
Got it. Okay.
100,
Now
something like
I understand now. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you on that. Good. I just didn't,
Sorry if I
didn't
didn't
catch that
explain it
nuance.
right.
I'm sorry. So thank you. That makes perfect sense. And then just lastly, well, two more things. About the alcohol license, when we look at the different places that have the off-site license sales, Do we ever take into consider something just outside the reporting district? Like, I think there's a gas station on Foothill a little farther away, maybe about half a mile, that it's in Laverne, and it's in a different district, of course, for alcohol licenses reporting. But do we ever take a look at that and think, well, maybe that's a fourth one that should be taken into consideration? And I'm not saying technically you don't have to, because the lines here, I mean, there could be something across the street, you know, across that line, and you don't have to take it into consideration. But I'm just thinking, common sense, does it make sense to take a look at that?
And you could take a look at it, but typically what we look at is the census tract. And that's the way that the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control has indicated the number of licenses that are allowed within each census tract. And for example, where Costco is located, there are many licenses for off-sale that are located across the street in the city of Glendora. So there is undue concentration on that particular census tract, but it's not really being created by the licenses that are approved within the city of San Dimas. So we could, if that's what city council would like us to do, and consider all the licenses within the boundaries of other census tracts from the subject site.
Okay, good. And for the benefit of the public, this wasn't part of the packet, but I asked for this kind of chart that shows the different gas stations in San Dimas, and it looks like there's 10, and then, you know, what their hours of sale were. And it's interesting to note that 5 do not sell alcohol right now. This would be a 6th, but right now it's 5 don't. And all of the 5 who do sell are able to sell from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Correct.
Okay.
And the applicant is proposing to sell alcohol from 7 a.m. till midnight.
So it's a little different, a little bit shorter.
A shorter period of time. The 2 to 6 prohibition comes from ABC.
Okay.
So that's standard for them.
Got it. Last question. There's 3 things, it seems, that we're deciding on: the precise plan, the DPRB case, and the CUP, which includes a lot of things, but it includes the alcohol is one thing it includes. Is it possible for the council to approve the precise plan and the DPRB case, which I believe is under one resolution, and not approve or want to modify the CUP?
Absolutely. The city council has that. It's a discretionary application. City council has that purview, that has that authority to do.
All right. Thanks very much. That's all.
Okay. Any further questions?
One quick question, and I know this may not be something that has quite an easy answer that you can just throw off the cuff. Since we have areas that are over-concentrated, in those over-concentrated areas, are we seeing higher reports of crime? Or, because what I'm getting at here is, my concern would be that this particular area being, right at the number of ABC licenses that are issued and being lower than the average, crime rate, essentially, is that because it's right at the number of ABC licenses rather than over-concentrated like the rest?
I did not ask the sheriff department for crime information on all the other census tracts and what might be related to alcohol. Maybe the captain can provide additional information whether alcohol, from uses that allow off-sale or on-site sale of alcohol is a related factor in crime happening, in these areas. But as I only looked at the subject site, I didn't, in all honesty, I think it would have taken the sheriff some time to research every single census tract and every single location that allows off-sale of alcohol. So unfortunately, the short answer is no, I did not. I don't have that information.
I understand that's probably something that requires a little bit of digging, but I appreciate it.
Captain Mash, would you have any any words of wisdom on that? Because I think it's a pretty concentrated question that would take a little research.
Good.
Mayor, council, staff, good evening. Yeah, I'll be purely guessing as far as not having the data in front of us. As we worked with her, we did some research and provided the numbers, which she displayed for you guys. So if you guys would like us to do some type of study regarding the balance of where the liquor stores are or the gas stations that are selling liquor as opposed to, as it relates to crime, then we could definitely come up with some stats that will substantiate any type of answer we have. But as of right now, I would be guessing.
All right, no, I don't know that we need guesses.
Okay.
So, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh, wait, now the...
Yeah, I mean, what I got here is Part 1 crimes, but to see if those Part 1 crimes are related to the sales of liquor, that's a whole different animal that we have to tackle.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the captain? Thank you. Any further questions of Fabiola? Okay, I think it's time to open up the public hearing for public comment. Madam Secretary, do we have any comments, written comments?
And just to let you know, Mayor, I'm sorry, the applicant is here tonight. If you have any questions of the applicant, and
Okay.
I'm sure he'll be addressing City Council.
And I wouldn't mind knowing, and probably the public, like, what is the order of speakers for the public hearing? Typically, we have a specific order, and I wonder if it can be done anyway, but I just
Yeah,
want
but I think we'll just go the way we do for oral comments, written, in person.
Okay, so
telephone and Zoom.
Okay, so we won't have the applicant speak first and then supporters?
Well, I don't mind having him, then everybody will know.
No,
what he has to
I'm
say.
okay anyway, just wanted to know what the plan was.
Does anybody else have any?
I have no problem with the way you're going to do it.
All right. You okay? All right, so, Madam City Clerk, do we have any written comments?
The one thing I'd recommend, just to make a point, is the applicant, if he's going to speak, he should get a chance to speak again after all the rest of the public have made their comments. So the applicant might get 2 3-minute periods, but then the rest of the public just 1 3-minute period, because the applicant does deserve a right to rebut.
All right, but he will know what to rebut unless people won't know what to ask him unless we go ahead and have him speak first.
True.
So why don't we just reverse what I just said, and we'll bring up, does the applicant wish to make any comments?
And I hate to be a pest, but it's a big proposal. I would give the applicant a little more than 3 minutes to present his case. I mean, just in the interest of getting information, but that's okay if we want to make sure we don't go too late.
Okay, why don't we give you 5 minutes, and then at 3 minutes at the end for rebuttal?
Okay.
Is that acceptable?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
acceptable to John?
Yep.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Harry Hetty with Hetty Design. Address is 7365 Carnelian Street, Suite 233, Rancho Cucamonga. I'd first like to start by saying I would like to thank your staff. Fabiola and her wonderful staff have worked twofold on this. We started this project about 4 years ago, and it did not seem to work out with at that time. We came back about 1.5 years ago with a different design and worked very closely with all the agencies within the city. We have, at this point, taken a building that is quite old, and we wanted to make it look like something San Dimas could be proud of, and that with Fabiola's help and her staff's help, we believe we brought that to the table. I do believe that the concerns of the environmental, we have watched and taken close eye on and met with the county. They have, in 2003, exposed those tanks to make sure that they were double wall tanks and all the double wall piping, the associated piping. 2003, it was added a enhanced line leak detector on the fuel system. We intend to remove the hydraulic lifts out of there, and the waste oil tank is there. And when we do that, we will test and send to a lab to make sure if the only two things that are in the ground out there, if there was any contamination there, that would be identified and then it would be remediated. There's no sign of that at this time. I believe the other things that we talk about is the alcohol. I know it is a hot point for all communities, and I honestly believe that Mr. Wiebe, Mike, has owned this property for over 30 years. He's kept it running, and he feels that this investment for him, if he had an ancillary use, he wants all people around his business and the community to be comfortable and to know that security-wise, he has state-of-the-art security, locking doors on the 3 doors that will have alcohol in them, beer and wine in those, and any floor stock. We card trained employees, state-of-the-art security. It has been my existence here for the last 35 years. I did in Glendora, Board of Directors, Little League, did things with the San Dimas Little League, Laverne Little League. I'm a community member here that moved to Rancho Cucamonga in 2001. And so I know that street a lot. I've gone up to the park with my children and grandchildren. I golf at the local golf courses up there, and I know a lot of people that live here in the city. The petition that was turned over by the client, my client, Mr. Wiebe, had just about 250 in support signed that go to that gas station, living in San Dimas, in the surrounding communities. And so there's an overwhelming support for this. And we are also cognizant of the fact that not everybody wants alcohol. If this was a liquor store, we know the dairy across the street, right next to the Subway, that's next door to the 7-Eleven. There was 2 liquor licenses there that have been removed in the last several years. This is what we want to do. We want to have an opportunity for Mr. Wiebe and his family to invest in, after 30 years of being here, to invest in the community, let them feel protected. I believe the question has been, can we partially demolish? Councilmember Ebner, we are just adding structural members, taking that old single 24-gauge sheet metal out of there and putting in panels. It will be steel and sheet metal building. We've all seen the cost of the lumber lately. It's about 350% higher. We are a gas station. We're going to remain a gas station, and we would like your blessing. With that, I'll take any questions later, or if you need them.
Do you have any questions at this time? Thank you. Okay. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Madam City Clerk, do you have any written?
Mayor, Council, the City Clerk's office received 4 emails, 4 emails in opposition to the project. One email was from Renee Arguelles, Another email was received from Mark Morgan, Kathleen Henning, and a letter from Tracy Inscore with Gresham Savage Attorneys at Law. Steve Bisaya and Cynthia Span all submitted documentation in opposition to the project.
And Madam Clerk, those have been provided to the city council members and also posted to the website?
Yes, all emails that's been received tonight have been posted to the website and provided to council, as well as they went directly to council by email the same time I received them as public comment.
Now, there were a number of emails for the last city council meeting. I don't know if those are overlapping, but
Those were part of the record from the last city council meeting.
Okay, because we never opened the public hearing then, but, so you're saying that those are part of the public hearing comments tonight. We don't have a list of those, just they were read last time, I guess.
I believe they were read last time, but we're going
Yes,
to include those in the record for the public.
They'll be in the record, okay.
All right.
And as well as the petition that was mentioned earlier, that was submitted by the owner with, I counted 225 signatures in support of the project.
It should be noted that a large number of those weren't residents of San Dimas.
There appeared to be considerable amount of people from
Laverne and Rancho Cucamonga
And again, the petition that was submitted last meeting is also going to be included in the record, and I don't remember how many signatures were on that.
That's correct, and I don't remember either.
All right. Do we have any in-person speakers?
Yes, first speaker on this item would be Jimmy.
Good evening. My name is Jimmy Juneja, and I'm an environmental engineer and one civil engineer. I worked for the county for 34 years as an environmental engineer. I worked with your staff also on different occasions. I was a plan checker at the county office. This staff has put the truth, a little bit, they bent the truth. It's a demolition, whole thing is a demolition. There's a hydraulic jacks in the ground, they want to remove it. It's going to be environmental issues are there. They want to, last time we said phase one. They do it beforehand, before going into this, all of this one, getting into this one, get everything done. It's an old gas station. They're saying, staff is saying, oh, it's unlikely. So what? It's unlikely, let's get it done. Save the public. You have to protect the public. It's an old gas station. If it's a contaminated soil, what are you going to do at that time? Close the gas station? It should be protected. Public should be protected. I'm an owner of the 7-Eleven. I'm an only owner of the 7-Eleven. I have 250 signature at the store, but I didn't bring it in. I thought, let's get the environmental issue first out of the way, and then we'll deal with that one. I didn't bring all the 250 signature. They're saying we're going to make a beautiful building. For 30 years, they couldn't even change the gate on the trash area. There's homeless. There's a lot of things. They're going to make a lot of things good now when there's a building is going to go. I think this should be handled in the order. It should be like, let's get the environmental issue out of the way. If they want to build the building, that's fine with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it should be denied at this time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Chris Gabriel.
Hey guys, good to see you again. I was able to talk to you guys during the quality of life discussion. My name's Chris Gabriel. So I guess tonight it really is a discussion about signatures, PCN, and precedent. So we talked about the signatures, and so you got a lot of signatures from all over the place, and that's fine. You got some San Dimas, you got some Laverne, you got some Glendora, you even had a few on that support petition from San Diego, one from Utah. These are stakeholders. I understand that. But then you also have about 70 signatures of folks, which I'll hand, and I'm sure Deborah might have gotten emailed it, but from neighbors, residents from the most impacted parts right next door to the adjoining community, real residents, only San Dimas addresses in opposition. So where does that put us? That puts us basically, and why is that important? Because then we get to talk about a PCN, public convenience or necessity. So public convenience or necessity is important because it begins to set a precedent for our community. Yes, the Planning Commission did make a decision, and in their decision they did say we will not make a decision, or the council or the city will not make a recommendation of public convenience and necessity, but we're here tonight to pretty much talk about that. That's the fulcrum of which this decision hinges upon, and it is a quality of life decision. So the PCN, right, as the lady talked about so eloquently, it talks about two things: overconcentration and high crime. And as Councilmember John pointed out, right now we are at saturation level. If we go one more, we are oversaturated. You need a PCN that also sets a precedent. But most cities, almost everybody does, right? And it's subjective, but you make a little line. You look at your census tract. There's census tract and reporting district. Census tract talks about concentration levels. Reporting district talks about crime. So you normally look at the census tract and you kind of draw a line. You look at your radius and you say, well, in our census tract we're saturated, but if we extend out, are we even more saturated? And if we're looking at crime, this is reporting district 810. 810 is the lowest crime, but what is right on Foothill, right across the street? Reporting district 813. And I brought the stats from ABC that showed the sheriff's crime stats. It is actually the highest crime area, like you were talking about. Do we look at other adjacent? Right across the street, it's 145 crimes instead of the 27, almost double. The reporting district 810 goes all the way up north. The 813 is much closer. So when we're making a decision tonight, it's about precedent, but it's also about necessity. Do we truly need something else that could put us over concentrated and potentially be close to over or high crime? Thank you guys very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, sir.
And let me just give this for the record. Appreciate that.
There is a question for the developer from a member of the public. Is the type of liquor to be sold limited to beer and wine, or will hard liquor be sold?
Yeah, the developer could answer that question in the
rebuttal.
Next speaker is Amanda Lee.
Ms. Lee?
Hi. Okay. So I don't live near the Arco, so I don't really have like a major pressing, like as a resident, I'm against this or anything like that. But I did read the agenda from the previous meeting, and I just find it a very interesting thing to come up. So I do live in Old Town. And in Old Town, if you don't know, there are numerous alcohol places all over the place. Okay, so just to give you a summary, right? So we've got a winery, we've got Albertson, a liquor store. CVS, I believe, also does sell alcohol. I'm not 100%, so I might be wrong there. Okay, we've got the Rebel gas station, Cospa, 7-Eleven gas station on Arrow. The High Point Brewery, I think, also does sell some takeout. And we have numerous restaurants that sell alcohol, which right now, you are allowed to take those home with you. Now, the reason why I bring this up, okay, while concerns about crime from residents is valid and should most definitely be considered because those people live there. It affects them directly, right? But these would probably be best met by ensuring the lighting is well planned for the entire property, not just inside the ARCO station, the whole property, okay, including the back of the store. It would also be best to consider the CCTV that is installed both inside the store and outside. Okay, so these would benefit the business, it would benefit the residents, and it would benefit our local law enforcement if they're called in for any issue. Okay, so not just inside the store. I think several of our businesses only have them inside of the gas station store. They're not outside in the parking lots or the back of the building. So if we can ensure any new renovated businesses are setting that up, that would probably go best to protecting our residents, protecting our businesses, including those new businesses that are setting up, because we have seen an uptick in petty theft. We've seen an uptick in just little crimes that really right now our law enforcement has their hands tied. They can't do too much about it. So if we can ensure we have at least video, so it's not just hearsay, hey, this person ran down the street, we don't know where they went, that would probably go much further. It is also notable to consider the fact that more businesses in the past 2 years have been burglarized for the lotto ticket machine. So we're arguing about alcohol increasing crime, but at least here in the San Dimas corridor here, we've had a lot more businesses actually broken into and the lotto machine stolen multiple times. You know, so I understand the concerns. That's it. I understand the concerns, and they should be considered, but we just have to consider everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further?
Those are all of the speaker cards that have been turned in for this item.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I think you should also offer the applicant an opportunity to...
I think we have phone calls still.
Oh, we do? Okay.
John?
Yep.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. My name is Katie Farmiglia, Farmiglia, and I am calling because of the alcohol license that's being requested in my neighborhood. I am calling because I oppose the addition of another license. Primarily, what I understand is that it is being requested because it is a public convenience and necessity, and I personally think that that's a bunch of hogwash. It's a pretty weak argument to say that it is because of a convenience and necessity. That's absolutely not the case. I'm calling because I want the city council to listen. I'm a nearby resident and one of the most impacted neighbors. And I want to send a really clear message that you just can't do that. There is absolutely no need or public convenience for getting another alcohol license and putting it right smack in that corner in my neighborhood, in my community. So irrespective of that, that item, I want to make sure that I'm heard loud and clear that this is not something that is needed. It is not a convenience. It is going to be a nuisance. It's going to make the homeless problem even worse just right up the street. And I know that I join many, many neighbors in this neighborhood indicating that. Did I lose everybody?
No, we're still here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. John, any further? We have a couple more. Okay.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello, my name is Shirley Wettenkamp, and I live directly behind the Arco gas station. I believe it is going to create so much more crime, loitering, littering, homeless activity. I personally have witnessed a bunch of activity, littering and loitering and homeless near our complex, like on the outskirts in the bushes, in the community park, and in the wash area. There's, if you Google, there's multiple statistics on research showing that crime rate will rise with new liquor license openings, especially since it's going to be right off the freeway. Not to mention, we already have 3 in the area. 4 is going to be excessive. The ownership mentioned that they got petitions or people signed from outside the city. Well, then you should look outside the city and take into consideration the 7-Eleven, the mobile station, and the ranch market. So I just think 4 is going to be excessive. I think we're going to promote public alcohol consumption, driving under the influence. I think people are just going to, could be underage, kids get a hold of it as well. Not to mention there's also a school just up the street, and we're just going to, there's 4 bus stops. So we're just going to have people coming from outside the community coming in, and if they're purchasing this and with the school next to it, it's just not a good idea. I oppose it. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Next.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
My name is Monica Kruger, and I would like to comment on the ARCO station, and I truly oppose the proposed project moving forward. I think the building is a great idea, but I do think the environmental issues that we've discussed, whenever we have remediation done following the extraction of a hydraulic lift in an oil lube, there's always remediation that's needed. So I think that needs to be taken under consideration. And while this remediation is going on, it's going to impact the service station having to close down. So that's one of my concerns that wasn't addressed previously in the report. And then, of course, the ABC situation that everybody's been talking about. My biggest concern here is we have 4 corners. The ARCO is on the northwest. The 7-Eleven is on the southwest corner. The census tract for ABC allows 2 as discussed and 2 exist, and this would take it over concentrated. Now, the census tract includes both corners, but if you're talking about the reporting districts for crime, it doesn't include the ARCO station because directly across the street, less than 100 feet, not 280 as stated in the agenda. They may have taken it from the back lot, but ABC reads lot line from driveway to driveway, the closest point, and it's less than 100 feet. So the high census tract, the high crime in the census tract, should overflow to the ARCO station as well. And then it flows into the homeless issue that I think is going to be compounded at the regional park. And just causing a lot of issues that we see with increasing licenses right next to a residential and an outlet selling alcohol. The setback, it is a 0 setback, so you don't have these residents that are complaining. They are literally right behind the building. And as we move forward, it's going to impact them greatly. So I think that that is something that really needs to be discussed further. And I think that's just about it for me, and I thank you for listening to me, and I hope we all make the right decision for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tracy Inscore. I'm an environmental attorney, and I'm speaking on behalf of several concerned city residents. Our concerns relate to the complete lack of environmental review for this project. We recognize that this is a very small project, which staff is describing as a simple remodel, but the small size or simplicity of the project is not the issue here. The issue is that given the long-term gas station and automotive uses at this site since the 1960s, there is a reasonable possibility that fuel or other hazardous substances have been released at this site over time, and there needs to be at least a minimal inquiry into that possibility before allowing any portion of this site to be redeveloped. This is not a question that can be answered by a former gas station employee. This needs to be addressed by a qualified environmental professional. Tonight, for the first time, we heard about efforts in 2003 to inspect the tanks and perhaps evaluate the soils. But that was 18 years ago, and environmental standards have changed since then. Also, any of that information should have been included within a CEQA document that was circulated for public review, or at the very least included within the staff report documents. And that's important for two main reasons. One, construction workers could potentially be exposed to contamination. And two, there's a potential for soil vapors to permeate the building slab, and then you have a potential indoor air quality issue that could pose a health risk for the future occupants of the building. Some questions that I don't think have been addressed yet are whether the existing building slab will be utilized, or will that be fully demolished and replaced? That's important because now would be the time to evaluate whether something like a vapor barrier membrane might need to be installed. Will workers be coming into contact with any soil beneath the site? Will any grading be taking place? None of this has been described. CEQA imposes a duty to at least find out and evaluate whether the site may have pre-existing contamination. Sampling does not have to wait until the hydraulic lifts or the waste oil tank are removed. This can be conducted now. Members of the public should not bear the burden of having to identify what studies need to be completed and persuading the city to require them. Conducting a phase 1 and possibly a phase 2 would be typical standard industry practice for sites with a gas station or historic automotive use. This is nothing special or out of the ordinary that we're requesting. So we have to wonder, why is there so much resistance? What are we afraid we'll find out? And so we respectfully urge the city to please just take a brief pause and not rush this environmental review process. And we ask that the council continue this hearing item until we have all the facts and a phase 1 has been prepared at a bare minimum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Yes, my name's Julie Salazar, and I live within walking distance of this project, and I had no idea that this was even in consideration. That corner is already oversaturated in many ways. And also, I walk this area. My husband takes the bus in front of that location there, and that bus goes to the Metro, the Gold Line, and so there could be a possibility that people are going to pick up liquor, get on the bus, get on the train. The park is within walking distance. The project behind them, or the complex behind them, is really close to that area. In the evening, that whole commercial area is pitch black and dark. And the issue that we already have is that we have an overpass. So when I walk from my house down to Foothill, not only is there liquor bottles and trash, but there's also people that sit up in that overpass. And what they do is they sit up there and drink, and the kids sit up there and drink, and the kids sit up there and kind of cause issues. I'm not sure why, except that this is a great business opportunity for the owner of that location, why when 7-Eleven is across the street, what unique opportunity there is to have a second location that just has more beer and wine. I also would like to, in the future, hope that there's going to be different kind of businesses on those corners, like another restaurant. We had a restaurant that was a little Italian restaurant that opened up there for a while, and they did have a beer and wine license, I believe. And I'd rather see something like that happen. But I really think that this is just something that's unnecessary and something that could lead to even further issues in that area. There are issues developing in that area right now that people haven't talked about, and if there's an environmental impact to the people close to the area, I don't want to be exposed to that either. So again, as a person who lives close to that area, my husband walks down the hill, catches the bus down there, gets off the bus across the street. We've already seen the issues that are there. We already see how close the proximity is with the homes in the back. We've also experienced, the trash, the drinking, the off-site issues that are caused just from the 7-Eleven and the mobile gas station that's down the street, even though that's Laverne. So I'm not in favor of this. I really don't see the need and the necessity for it, and I'd like to see the project looked into much further than this and really take this into consideration. Thank you.
No, thank you.
There are no phone-in callers at this time.
Okay, do we have any Zoom-in callers?
For those who are joining us by Zoom, if you wish to make a comment, please locate the Zoom raise hand feature and click on the hand icon. Our first Zoom participant, Gary's iPhone. Please unmute your device and state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now. Go ahead and unmute your device. Go ahead and hold the spacebar key down and see if you can speak with the spacebar key.
Sorry, John. Mayor Pro Tem Bertone. I just realized that we had the mayor leave the room for a moment during the public hearing, and because he needs to be here to hear all of the testimony in the public hearing, we should take a recess.
Okay, we'll have a recess for
Pause so the mayor gets
5
back.
minutes.
Go.
Hi, my name is Gary Held. I'm a
Give us 1
longtime
minute, Gary.
resident.
What do we say?
Go ahead, Mayor.
Well, we're sorry for the recess, but we'll reconvene the city council meeting, and we'll continue with the Zoom calls.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first Zoom participant is Gary. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. My name is Gary Held. I'm a longtime resident of San Dimas, living in the tract of homes up San Dimas Canyon Road near Fern Ridge. I have a lot of the same concerns that have already been voiced, especially the environmental concerns, the liquor license concern. I think that rule is important, limiting the licenses to 2. Maybe that might contribute to our lower crime statistics in this area. But whatever the case may be, the rule is 2. I see no compelling reason to increase that. I don't see any convenience or necessity, as has been mentioned, for this project. The opposite seems to exist for me. There would be inconvenience driving through that intersection with the additional traffic and movement that'll be taking place if this goes into effect. We don't need any more distractions than we already have. And certainly public drinking in this area is not going to decrease if we have an additional place to purchase alcohol. There just seems no compelling reason to do this. My opposition is strong, and at the next election, I'll remember who votes in favor of this, and I would be supporting your opponents. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next Zoom participant is Kathy H. It is your turn to speak. Please unmute your microphone, state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you well.
Okay, my name is Kathy Hennig. I've been a resident here in San Dimas for over 50 years. I really hope that our planning commission will really choose what's right for the community and not what makes the most revenue. It will just encourage loitering and create a lot of traffic. Plus, the area can only accommodate so many cars to park and pump. I went walking today and I saw this man on the Greenbelt passed out, hugging his Pabst beer off of San Dimas Canyon next to the condos. And I'm like, this is all the more reason why I'm here to oppose this. Is right next to the gas station. It's unnecessary, and it's definitely not a necessity. So I already sent my email. There's nothing more. I don't need the entire 3 minutes. So I'm done with my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next participant, Sean C. It's your turn to speak. Please unmute your microphone, state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello, this is Sean Casares. So initially, I am in favor of the project. The only thing that puts me in opposition to the project, other than granting another liquor license, is CEQA, the exemption of CEQA. I think CEQA is necessary whether the project is big or small, because as was outlined earlier about materials, metals and what have you, we we have a law called Proposition 65 that informs its citizens of harmful metals, liquids, and what have you that are in a lot of our products. And I think CEQA is whether it's an exempt or not, it is a crucial part of ensuring the safety of not just only workers, but also consumers. So at the moment, I'm in opposition to the project, but hopefully we can see a report in regards to the environment and what have you on that soil. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, if you'd like to participate via Zoom, please use the raised hand feature now. Mayor, there are no more Zoom participants at this time.
Thank you, John. Madam City Clerk informed me that she has an additional speaker's card.
Yes, Francois would like to speak on this item.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Francois Takla, and I happen to be the applicant's son-in-law, Mr. Wiebe's son-in-law, and I felt compelled to come up and say just a few short words. I was actually very pleased to hear the young lady earlier, the one dressed in the nice floral outfit here, speak about the numerous venues, the merchants within the San Dimas city limits that sell beer, wine, and liquor. A lot of these stores are big sale stores that carry this ABC license. And I'm sure that the addition of 70 square feet to the addition of what we already have here in the city of San Dimas is going to greatly impact the crime rate here in San Dimas. Please excuse my sarcasm, but I find it very hard to believe that 70 square feet as part of this project, which is primarily focused on enhancing the existing facility, just as my father-in-law has done over the last few decades. Mr. Wiebe has continuously made improvements to the facility over the years, keeping in mind the citizens, the residents, the people of San Dimas that live in the area, those that come passing through, always has kept the safety and concern of his residents in mind. Mr. Wiebe has been a respected citizen, has always taken into consideration the thoughts and concerns of his citizens. I see him as the Mr. Rogers of the neighborhood, and he truly appreciates, and I'm speaking on his behalf, he appreciates all of the concerns that are brought up from the opposition, and would like to thank all of those individuals for bringing up those concerns. I think that if we have to take a look at the big picture here and really come to realize that 70 square feet is a very tiny, tiny part of the larger picture of enhancing this project. And I certainly hope that you would approve this project for Mr. Wiebe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. No further comments? Okay, at this point, if the applicant would like to come up and discuss some of the issues that have been brought forward.
And Mayor, After further consideration, I think for fairness and due process, we should give the applicant the ability to respond to the comments that were made by the public and not limited to 3 minutes, just so he has a chance to respond to all of the comments.
Okay. I guess you have unlimited time.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, citizens of San Dimas. And we do not take any of this lightly, and I'd like to really drive home a couple of things. And those couple of things are, this site is environmentally clear. One of the most stringent counties in California has been out there and told us, with the new tanks and the system that's going to remain untouched, there is nothing going to be done. That system is redundantly monitored through ways of the TLS 350 Veeder-Root. It is ridiculous in my 40 years in this industry to think that that system could be any way, shape, or form improved. Now, I do that and I say that because I'm not confrontational with the community. I have a community I belong to, and it used to be really close to here. I just moved 15 miles down the street. And as the majority of what I've heard today is that this community is not worthy. We do not want to upgrade this particular site. The over concentration of alcohol, as Francois had eloquently put, I think it's kind of one of the things that none of us are going to solve, alcoholism and homelessness. We're not going to cause it with 70 square foot, 3 doors that lock at night automatically when it reaches that certain hour. When the community sees that they drive into there and buy their gas and then drive across the street to the 7-Eleven to get a 6-pack of beer so they can have a barbecue. I think the sensibility of that with all of us here in the room tonight and online, I think we understand what a pillar of the community Mr. Wiebe is. Not to be rewarded for being a good guy, he just is. So first and foremost, we come tonight to accept the conditions as set forth, very thought out conditions, and there's a lot of them. And condition 20 and 21, if it's read and for the community to understand, at the discretion of the community development director and or the sheriff's department, not just local politicians, but the sheriff's department, alcohol-related crime become a security issue as a nuisance as a result of this use, then changes to the business operational characteristics shall be required. That gives you an ace in the hole. You're holding your cards close to your hand. You understand like we do. We're absolutely concerned about the safety, the well-being, fire, life, and safety. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, and every one of your children or parents or everybody's safe. I'm getting old. I probably am not that alpha male I used to be, but I can tell you I'm the kind of man that can live next to you and be supportive of this project and tell you environmentally there is no issues here. There has been no half-truths proposed. We're going to demo a portion of this building, and I personally am going to be in charge of leaving as much of that site intact. And I'm going to light it well. And I'm going to keep high-tech security there. The sheriff's department can come and go. First responders get their coffee free. Come in and talk like you have in the past. We take our hats off to the police and the first responders and those that need to be saluted as we see them. I can tell you that I could go down the list and talk about what's going on behind that Arco. Behind that Arco is a old trash enclosure, and when I went out there initially 4 years ago when I was asked to come out, it was in disarray. And it has been kept up and clean every week I've been there. Lighting is going to be improved. Environmental remediation, what is there to remediate? I understood when Ms. Kruger had that concern, and that somehow I insinuated there was something that was going to be bothered. We're leaving it alone. It is in tip-top shape. The new tanks in 2003 should give them a good feeling. We're not touching it. We are not touching it. We are taking the footprint of that building and we're going to raise it up, and it's going to blend in with the almost an equestrian type of environment, isn't it? With that type of ranchy, almost craftsman feel. And hour after hour after hour, I worked with Miss Fabiola Wong. She got married, so she got a new name now. But Fabiola, and she wanted this and she wanted that, and we did not argue one bit. She knows what's good for this city, and so does the city knows what's good for it. And I would also like to say that as Ms. Julie Salazar, lighting will be much improved. We are improving the lighting. The only equipment underground is the fuel system. There is nothing that has caused any problems today, and I don't know how to prove that until we start digging it up, right? The portions that need to be removed, we need to remove it. Structurally sound is what we need to have in the seismic area, it's California. And I've been here many, 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 many years. And I've improved a lot of communities with this type of opposition because I think they just didn't understand. Well, you don't live here, Mr. Hetty, is what I'd heard, and I said, oh, but I do. Environmental. The fact of the matter is the last condition on this resolution, applicant must maintain a fully operational video camera system that continuously records inside and outside the business. Specifically, recording devices must be maintained that capture the inside and outside of the front entry of the store, the register area, the outside back door. At the minimum, the surveillance cameras must be 1080p or better for the interior and exterior. So we're not sparing money. We're adding a convenience to the city. We're going to use less traffic at that corner, not more traffic at that corner. You don't have to get your gas at the Mobile in a different city. You can get it in San Dimas. And you don't have to get it back in your car and go across the street. We want that 7-Eleven across the street to be successful. I can tell you now, Mr. Wiebe looked me in the eyes, and when I told him, I think there's some opposition from across the street. Why? Why? We just want a share of it. We want to be able to give him we don't want to take from anybody. That being said, I could go through these conditions, which I'm sure most everybody has. It's online. We accept them. We don't want modifications to them. We're willing to step up to the bar. I believe that this council will forever be voted in place. I don't think somebody's going to take their vote from you because you improved your city. Then again, there are those that kind of get a craw in the neck, and they do want to do that. And I accept the fact that they got the right to do it. We're going to try to help. If there's anything I can answer, other than the redundancy of environmental and a 70 square foot of beer and wine. Not hard liquor, beer and wine. Can't sell singles. Not going to get a 40 there. Not going to come in and get a tall dog. Whatever they call it, I don't think it's a tall dog, it's a short dog or something. I forget. I'm not a drinker. But whatever it is, they're not going to get it there. They'll buy them in 6-packs or larger. And if you can't afford it, move on. So I speak on behalf of Mr. Wiebe and his family who's here to support him tonight, and Hetty Design. We really would like you to consider to approve this tonight. And if there's any questions, I'd like to take those now. I can answer them.
Any questions of Mr. Hetty?
You mentioned the six-pack or larger thing, and I know that traditionally that helps assuage some concerns about homelessness, and you're 100% right that the homeless community tend to gravitate towards, big tall cans or 3-packs or what have you, and that tends to generate a lot of the public safety concern. I don't know that it would, fully eliminate all impacts. I'm not here to speculate as to that, but I'm not seeing that. I didn't see that anywhere on the CUP. Is that something that the applicant is just willingly going to include in his business plan?
Yes, should you give us the opportunity to approach the ABC? See, once you give us the opportunity and you approve it, then we have to go get approved by the ABC. This is not a blanket. You're not giving us you're giving us the right to go try and get one from ABC. And with these districts, when they're created, can anybody in this room tell me when these census tracts how many more people have moved into the communities? Are these valid? I have another city in Moreno Valley where, they absolutely had more people in the census tract than they ever thought was there.
So I guess my follow-up question to that is it just anticipated that the ABC would put that as a condition of licensing on the business?
They typically do add that language in that. I think it's a 4-pack now, I think, is what they've done, because they won't allow singles.
Mm-hmm.
We're not willing to sell singles.
Okay.
We want the community to be proud of what we're doing and the hard work that we're putting into it. And good God, the money that's coming out of this man, you want to go see him? He's there Monday through Friday, early in the morning to late at night. He's not going to another city to buy another gas station. He's been there 30 years. I've spent hours over there many times with my tape measure and my laser, my wheel, measuring things up. And half the time he's talking to the community. And I might add that it may sound like I said to Mike, where are all these people that didn't show up at the first council meeting that you said love this thing? I said, you're going to have to stand up for yourself. I says, if they're there, then put a little petition out there and a sign and a site plan and a floor plan and ask them if they would support you and see if that happens. Well, lots of people drive from out of town, and it's handwritten originals that you have in your possession. And yes, there is about 225, and if half of them are from out of town, which they're not, I think you would find a good portion. It's the community is so correct in saying, please think this through. But you've proven you have. You've already proven that. You're thinking it through. And these types of conditions and this quantity tells them, hey, read them. Try to meet all these conditions. So with that being said, I respect the city of San Dimas and its police department and its first responders. And I hope, for the sake of Mr. Wiebe, if nobody else, for the right to do this and take what the city and the community has paid him to keep the doors open. So if there's any more questions, I'm a little long-winded, just passionate about this, and I hope you guys are too. And if there is any questions, I'll answer them.
I'm just curious, if you lived behind this gas station, would you approve this project?
Most definitely. It's better well lit. It is more secure. There's an entrance on both sides now. Before, it used to be a dark dungeon back there. If they looked at the plans, they'd see you can come in, park in the back and not sit at your gas pump and run inside, pay and run back outside. If you look at the design, it's so well thought out. My hat is off to Fabiola and her planning department. And it is going to be, without fail, one of your bright spots in your city.
And I think you alluded to it from what I understand, so you have not purchased an existing business or alcohol license somewhere else in the city, so this is completely new license, correct?
This is absolutely true.
Okay.
What you state is absolutely true.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and council members.
With that, we'll bring this back to the council and for remarks and a decision. Anyone like to?
Well, I could approve this project if it wasn't for the alcohol part of it. I could approve this project if it wasn't for the alcohol part of it. I don't see why that's so important to the owner. It's a gas station, and he wants to sell food, and he certainly should be allowed to do that. On page 4 of the document that the city staff wrote, it says, approval of the proposed sale of beer and wine for off-sale consumption from the proposed convenience store result in what is considered to be an undue concentration of alcohol beverages off-sale licenses, unless it is demonstrated that the public convenience or necessity would be served by the license issuance. I don't see where there's absolutely a public necessity or a convenience for the public in this project. I will be voting against it.
I guess I'll go next. One of the things that concerns me is the crime districts or tracks that they use, reporting areas. And I did not realize, and the report did not state or give any indication that the boundary to the area that includes the ARCO station was separated right there at Foothill Boulevard from the other side. And I mean, I don't know if this is true, but it sounded like somebody at least talked about there being a lot more crime in that particular census, or not census tract, that particular reporting area. So until those statistics are in front of me, then, I mean, I have to see them. And I'm sorry that they weren't in the staff report. The other thing is, I'm just with the environmental, I don't know where to fall on this exactly. Staff says that it's categorically exempt because it's a small project. And maybe staff knows, and it just wasn't in the report, but, you know, are we demoing the slab, and do we need to put a vapor barrier? Was the work done in 2003, which was very well, I remember that being done, and that was fantastic. Is that up to standards right now? And what about the areas that aren't by those tanks but are under the lift and all those kinds of things? I mean, I just don't know because they weren't in the staff report. And is that what a phase 1 would tell us? Or is there something that we can still make it categorically exempt with some additional environmental information? So, you know, the environmental was not, I don't think the environmental report was in here. But
Excuse me, John. I was going to ask that Henry come up and give us a little bit more background on that, but I agree there's nothing really to clarify in the
staff. And I know in past staff reports we've had these, you know, thick documents, whether they're a little thick because it's negative deck or whatever, or a lot thicker that explains more to the council who, you know, isn't and it's hard to make a decision like right now because the applicant says one thing, an environmental attorney for the resident says something else, and we have nothing in writing, nothing to, and the whole thing was continued for 2 weeks so we could get more information and have a better handle on these two issues. The alcohol, especially as it relates to crime, and right now I just feel that I was in the dark about that other area. If that is true, that throws an entirely different light on it, and staff should point that out. It's really should be pointed out. And the other is the environmental, where I'm hearing things from both sides. I believe Mr. Hetty. However, I hear something from the other side too, an environmental attorney, and I don't see anything in the report that we are looking at and that we studied. I mean, I read this darn thing, cover to cover.
Yeah. So to cover the environmental, so once a project is submitted, staff looks at the project and determines if it's a project for one, and then if it's a project, they determine if it's exempt. And in this case, it met 3 different exemptions: the infill, existing facility, and then the new construction or conversion of a small structure. So once we make that determination, further environmental analysis and such are not required. The items that you have seen in the past, I'm assuming was part of an MND or some type of a negative declaration. And that'll include the initial study and any other environmental analysis that was required for that project. Once we deem it categorically exempt, it's exactly that. It's exempt from those types of environmental analysis, including the phase 1. Phase 1s are typically done as part of they'll look at the history typically of the uses, and if there's any types of spills or anything like that, they'll try and research it as part of the phase 1. And then if there's some type of concern about some type of soil contamination, a phase 2 would be recommended as part of the phase 1. And then that would conduct some type of soil type of boring to test the soil at that point. And if they're at that point is determined that there is some type of contamination, then a phase 3 would be required, and that would be remediation through DTSC.
Thank you, Henry. John, anything else?
Nothing else. I just, I guess I'm trying to use some common sense here. And the environmental is one thing, and I understand what you're saying. It's categorically exempt, and so you don't go any farther at all.
Right.
I'm just wondering if you should go a little farther anyway. But that's that's minor compared to the alcohol one, where I'm just floored that we didn't know anything about the census tract that literally is, or not the tract, the crime reporting area that was literally 100 feet, 50 feet away is where it starts.
Yeah, we're basing it off of what the requirements are for the public convenience.
And I would suggest that in the future, you did that, and that's great, but we need to look at the broader picture, because we need to see what these effects are. Just because a line and the border of Laverne, for example, is right across the street as well, just because you've got to look at the surrounding area when we're talking about effects of something, whatever it is. I'm talking about any project whatsoever. That's my thoughts on that.
Thank you. Any further?
It's kind of an interesting project, and it's an interesting dilemma. Mrs. Amanda Lee raised some interesting points that really made me think. And this council in the past, not this one, the council prior even to my election, has approved projects, the one for which I live in, where there is a gas station that sells liquor within walking distance of my home. There's a restaurant that serves beer and wine, and there was no opposition to that. And so I think it's interesting, to the applicant's point, or the relative of the applicant, to be consternating over a project wherein the square footage of the CUP and the sale of alcohol is relatively small, and there's already a business adjacent to engaged in a similar type of sale, that, to be frank, I don't think, in my experience, this is going to change much in terms of the quality of life dynamic of the people that live there. In fact, I would almost argue that a restaurant where people are having live music nightly and walking out of there being loud at different hours of the evening would be a greater hindrance to quality of life. And this council has advocated for the expansion of that type of activity in the downtown core and elsewhere. I also recall projects this council in the past has deliberated on, denied an alcohol license, such as the mobile station, and later on they've retained one. And I've also recalled the deliberations for the Via Verde gas station, where it was very eventful, and I was sitting out there at the time, not elected, and listening to the discussions, a lot of concern regarding people drunk driving and getting on the freeway, and the approximation to residents and what have you. And ultimately we approved that, or council then approved that, and I've never heard any issues looking back. So, you know, I agree with John in the context of common sense approaching this, and looking at the bigger picture. But even the stats, even if that's the boundary, you'd almost have to then wonder, well, what does 7-Eleven attribute to that? An existing business. And are we willing to approach that business then and modify their CUP to abate the issues that apparently exist that we're going to attribute to the sale of alcohol? And I don't think that that is maybe the will of this body, or maybe it is, I don't know. I'm not there. I'll be supportive of this project. You know, I know the restrictions on the Via Verde gas station got very specific in terms of the refrigeration, the placement. I mean, it was expansive. I remember sitting through that public hearing, and I spoke in favor at that time as a member of the public for that gas station to be able to do it. And public convenience in open market is an interesting discussion point too. I think that public convenience is wondering, hey, I need to get gas, and if we're just being practical and you're having a barbecue with a bunch of friends and you need ice and a 24-pack of beer, if you're getting gas and you walk in and there's ice and a 24-pack of beer, that therefore is convenient. I don't have to drive down to the ranch market, or I don't have to drive across the street. That is convenient to me. And you know, looking at this list, and John, thank you for putting this together, because, and I appreciate Amanda's comments, because it actually did make me think that where I live at San Dimas Village Walk, there's a liquor store, as was pointed out, next to the pizza place. There's the Albertsons. Then there's the wine shop. Then there's the Barry Bros gas station I can walk to, and Cafe La Pupusa is right there as well. All flowing taps. So, or you can pick it up to go. And Little Tokyo and all these others. So, you know, I think a different way of looking at it is looking at it in context. And as far as the homeless concern goes, you know, the last information I had seen and that has been brought to this council really shows that that issue seems to be in the downtown core more so than it is on the northern or southern portions of the city. So I don't see that as being a significant or large concern as it relates to this project if it was approved as proposed. So for all of those reasons, I will be supporting the project as it's proposed, should that motion be made.
Eric?
Well, I got to say, I'm not overly excited about exceeding the potential of exceeding the ABC's, set concentration limits. But there are a few things that reading further into this and discussing it that make me feel slightly better. One of them, as I was reading this, maybe it was because it was late at night, I was very much reading it, the declaration of us that we need to make as public convenience and necessity. And the necessity part was the thing that I was really wrapped around. And I think really what necessity is there for any alcohol license? I don't know that there is one unless we all have a problem that we just don't want to admit. But the convenience, I don't think, is a very difficult bar to get over. I mean, yes, it is convenient. I'm not saying that I would ever approve anything like this, but you know what would be really convenient is a drive-through liquor store. But
we need to go to Louisiana.
Yeah, but of course, we're not talking about that. But
drive-through daiquiris, Deborah.
Convenience is convenience, and I think it's a pretty low bar. I think condition 20 in the CUP, the fact that we can revisit this if there are any issues that need to be abated, if there are, now or in the future, I think that illustrates to me that the applicant is, going about this in good faith, that he's not doing this, in spite of the community around him. I think he really wants to partner with the community and make something better. And that really does make me feel better. The one piece that would really, really, really help me out, and I think help people in a greater public safety way, is as we were talking about the potential of the applicant being willing and fully expecting to sell six-packs and greater. I don't know that that is something that we can somehow say that, the applicant says he's going to sell six-pack and greater, codify it in a CUP, and, potentially make an element of the public safety concern kind of go away to an extent.
Are you posing a question?
Yeah, I guess that would be a question for you.
The purpose of a CUP is so that you can have a greater level of control. And so I'd like to ask Henry to talk about what aspects that you can put in the CUP that govern quantity, size, time of offering alcohol.
Yes, if the council wishes, we could amend the conditions tonight to reflect, such as Councilmember Weber's asking to limit the sales, to not allow for the single serve beer, or 40 ounces, or however we want to word that. And it has to be a minimum of like a six-pack. So if it was wine, obviously you would have the single serve, so we wouldn't be limiting that. We could look at hours, as Mr. Constantine had mentioned. If you guys are comfortable with 12 midnight, then if not, then we could amend that tonight as well.
I just want to say on the 12 midnight, I appreciate the applicant looking at those hours. I think that is respectful of the community, and nothing good comes after midnight buying liquor anyways. And I'd offer to Eric, some of our local breweries, such as High Point, I was over at Lordsburg, and they're listed. And I know they're selling their beers in different configurations. I don't know whether or not they would intend to host any local breweries, but I do know that some of the finer beers or the IPAs come in 4-packs typically. So I don't know.
Read my mind on that.
Yes, yeah, right. So 6-pack I think gets you mainstream, but I think 4-packs probably get you into different types of ale, if you will.
Yeah. So I would really feel a lot comfortable. I don't know if this is something that would be a deal breaker for the applicant, but if we were to entertain the idea of a 4-pack minimum, I would be totally okay with that. And I think the hours are reasonable. I mean, it's even.
Can we legally do that?
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
So, all of those things considered, I think the hours being what they are, it's even more restrictive than most of the licenses around there. I think I could get on board with that.
Me too.
This project started 4 years ago, and was, it was very small in nature at the time, and it's grew over time, just like everything else we do. At one time, the applicant wanted to put a car wash in there, and there was a restriction there. There was a problem. Now, at one time, he only wanted to sell donuts and coffee when people were getting gas. Okay, and had some concerns that people would get gas at his location. They'd go down the street, make a U-turn, and come back to the 7-Eleven and get coffee and donuts. Time continues to pass, and everything grows. Many people have sent in petitions. A lot of, like someone said, some of these petitions come from, or part of them are from neighboring cities, and they're passing through. That location is the entrance to the city of San Dimas from the east, going westbound. Okay, and yes, there is a 7-Eleven across the street. And yes, there is a Arco gas station that looks like it's been there since 1900. Okay, the applicant has offered and had submitted to the staff and through the DPRB and through the Planning Commission to make all of these major modifications at a great cost to himself and to his family. But I truly believe it's because, one, he wants to make money, obviously. I'm not taking that away from anything. But two, he's proven that he has a concern and a love for San Dimas because he's been there for as long as he's been. And yes, it's made him money, but when everything was thrown at him, he made the changes that were requested by staff and was requested by the Planning Commission and DPRB. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that I sat on the DPRB, and I actually thank the applicant and the architect for their continued work on this project over the past few years. At the point that I made that comment, there was nothing said about the alcohol. I gave it no real thought. It eventually got to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission reviewed it, and they basically approved, said that we're going to send it forward with a recommendation okaying the alcohol, or at least offering no resistance to it. I 2 weeks ago asked for a continuance so that I could come up and read a little more about where we were at with this alcohol thing, because it really kind of surprised me because I hadn't heard about it. And I had not read the staff report until the Friday before, because I get the staff report on Friday afternoon. I have a chance to read it. It also contained the Planning Commission's recommendations. And when I came in here tonight, I was very, very mixed up on where I thought this should go. Then I started thinking back in my mind. I was here during those, and Dennis and John, we were here during the discussions on the Union 76 up the hill, which was extremely contentious. There was a lot going on, and eventually the project got approved. And the gas station built a convenience store, of which was very well received by the community. And after a period of time, they came back to the council and asked for if we would relook at the CUP. And eventually, we looked at it and we found out that there had been no major issues. They'd complied with everything the sheriff's department had requested. Their crime rate up there was actually even a little higher at the time. I don't think anybody has heard anything bad about the Union 76 that I can remember. Okay, but yet it was of great concern. I understand the public right there around their area. I understand John's concern about the reporting district in Laverne. I too would like to have seen some of that information. And as I asked Henry during the break to be prepared to talk about the environmental issues because they weren't addressed, to my satisfaction, he has addressed them. I don't think it's one of those issues that our staff is willingly going to violate what the procedure is. I'm sure they've researched it. I'm sure they've talked with our city attorney concerning it. I know the city attorney has reviewed the letter from the attorneys that came. And so I have to say that I don't see a problem with this project. I am concerned a little about the ABC, but I think we haven't put in place all its safeguards, just like we did up there at the Union 76. We made them do a very high-tech camera system, and this council's not shy, or our staff is not shy, if things start to look like they're not being followed, they will bring it back to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission will do what they do, or the council will do, revoke their license, and that'll be it. The city will oppose it. They'll go back to the ABC, and they'll do it. So I will be supporting this project, and I realize there's some community concern, but on the other hand, I got to tell you that there's a lot of people that's actually supportive of this project, and I just believe that it's going to be a nice new entrance to the city of San Dimas, and that's where we looked at it when we started talking about the scenic overlay and the scenic easement, and we moved towards this direction. Yes, I will admit I was a little surprised with the request for the alcohol. I didn't expect it, but after listening to everything, I think there are safeguards in place, and so I will be supporting it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, then I would move approval of Precision Plan 21-0002 Conditional Use Permit 20-0004 and DPRB Case 20-0018 for the remodel requested the existing structure, and note, I'm reading here the two resolutions, with a modification to the conditional use permit with assuming that's acceptable to the applicant, a minimum of 4 packs or greater to be sold as it related to beer. Is that okay? So that would be Jeff.
I just want to note for the record that the applicant said agreed.
Very well.
I not have got on the microphone.
Thank you. So with that, I would move approval of both Resolution 2021-31 and 2021-32, and asked, do we need to read them? Yes? No? Oh, okay.
Second.
Okay.
And just in case Dennis wanted to vote, or I wanted to vote for one or the other, or did you want to vote for the, basically the redesign and all that kind?
Let's separate them and then we can.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
All right, so
there's 2 resolutions.
the CUP is contained in the second one?
The first one.
Oh, the first one. Okay, all right. So let's go ahead then and move approval resolution 2021-31 with a modification to the conditional use permit with a minimum of 4 packs of beer for public sale.
Second.
I just wanted to say one thing. As we all know, or we've heard, the applicant has not applied to ABC at this period in time, as I understand. Is that true? That's true. Okay, so even with our, approving a CUP,
there's still work to be done.
ABC, there's still work to be done, and ABC may decide that this is not the most appropriate place, and I'll respect their decision, and because they're going to look at the issues that John brought up about the reporting district next door. I believe they will. I think they're smarter than that, and so they'll look at those things, and then they don't mind telling us we're wrong. But I don't think so. I think the project's going to be nice, and I wish him the best of luck, and I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
This is on resolution 2021-31.
I think I voted.
Okay.
Aye.
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 All opposed?
No.
Okay, passes 3-2.
All right, I'll move approval of resolution.
With council members Ebner and Bertone voting no.
All right, move approval of resolution 2021-32.
Second.
I would, I just want to make a comment. I'm going to vote against it only because of the environmental questions that I have. The rest of the project looks great. I mean, the layout, the trees, the parking, the parkway or the landscaping, the closing of the one driveway, how the store's laid out. Everything is great as far as that's concerned. So to Emmett's point about it being an improvement to the entrance to not downtown, but to San Dimas, to our town, that is definitely true. I still have questions about the environmental, so I'm going to vote no, but as I always say, once this passes, I'm in full support of you guys doing the best possible job you can do and making it look good for San Dimas.
I can tell you that's what he always says. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, passes 4-1 with Councilman Ebner voting no. Thank you. We're going to go back now to item 4B. Public hearing regarding open space maintenance District 1, annexation number 3, tract 32, 841 Northwoods, and the adoption of a resolution confirming the assessment. Brad?
Yes, Mayor, City Council. This item is also brought before City Council annually to address the assessment districts to offset the cost incurred for maintenance of the Northwoods Landscape District. The engineer's report was prepared with a scope of work to include general landscape maintenance, tree trimming, water, electricity on a quarterly basis. On April 13th, the City Council adopted resolution number 2021-17 approving the engineer's report and declaring its intention to levy and collect an assessment for fiscal year 2021-22 for Open Space Maintenance District 1, tract number 32841. No increase to the proposed, there is no increase in the proposed assessment. The 2021 assessment rate was $898.42 per parcel, and the proposed rate remains the same. Staff recommends the City Council conduct a public hearing on the proposed assessment rate for the Open Space Maintenance District 1. And at the conclusion of the public hearing, the Council may adopt Resolution 2021-30 confirming the diagram and assessment for fiscal year 2021-2022 for Open Space Maintenance District 1, Northwoods. With that, that concludes my report.
Any questions of Brad? Okay, we'll open up the public hearing. Seeing no one come forward, do we have any phone-in people?
1 second.
No phone-in callers at this time.
All right, what about any Zoom?
For those who wish to take part in the Zoom participation, please use the raise hand feature now if you wish to make a comment on this public hearing.
Seeing or hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Approval of the resolution confirming the assessment.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Yeah, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We'll move on to other business. Approved public access fee increase for fiscal year 2021-22 by 1%. A resolution of the City Council of the City of San Dimas, County of Los Angeles, setting the public access fee for the fiscal year 2021 to be used as a PEG purposes. Michael O'Brien.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Michael O'Brien, Administrative Services Director. The authorization for the city to collect the up to 1% public access fee was adopted by the City Council and became effective in 2009. The enabling ordinance requires the City Council to set the amount of the fee annually. The City Council has the option of imposing the full 1%, something less than 1%, or not imposing the fee at all in any given year. The City Council has approved the imposition of the full 1% fee for each year since 2009. And while the PEG fee does not cover the full cost of the services to provide the content for our cable channel and our streaming, it does help mitigate much of the cost and help prevent us from having to dig further into reserves in order to provide this service. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council approve the public access fee in the full 1% amount for the fiscal year 2021 by adopting Resolution 2021-33. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions by council? Any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Do I have we open up to public hearing? No public hearing? Okay. Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes 5-0. Discussion for consideration of setting campaign contribution limits for election of mayor and city council members. City manager?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, if the council's not opposed, I'd like to request this item is tabled and pushed to the next meeting just due to the hour, and I may have to get out of here in about 30 minutes. I know we have a couple closed sessions. I don't know if it's pressing, I can stay, but that would be my request.
I would have no problem with continuance.
That's great.
I don't have a problem with that, but I would like to add something to it. Talking to the city attorney, I don't know if I want to put a limit on it or not. I haven't gone through that process, but I would also like to discuss the process of preventing certain companies and individuals from contributing money to campaigns. Like, for instance, Waste Management, in my opinion, shouldn't be allowed to contribute to a campaign, and maybe certain developer or people that have development projects before the city should not be allowed to contribute to political campaigns. So I would like that to be put on the agenda also with this, to discuss it.
Yes, if you get one other council member to agree to that, then we can bring back some analysis of that for the next staff
I have
report.
no problem with that.
Okay, we'll bring that back. There are some constitutional issues and some limits on what you can do, but we can talk about that in the staff report.
Right, that's
Good.
Okay. So we don't need a vote on that. It's to continue it. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, we'll continue to item 5B. Okay. City manager report.
All right, I'll do the express version of all the items. In terms of our city manager's update, we will be releasing applications for members of the Quality of Life Task Force this week, so that will be posted on our website and go out on social media. In terms of our COVID update, current vaccination reports show the following. We see 84.6% of seniors that are vaccinated with at least one dose. Of them, that would be 1.16 million. Almost a million of them are vaccinated with both doses. San Dimas is reported to be 82% vaccinated with at least one dose and 61% fully vaccinated. And so the hope is if folks follow up with the second dose in about a month, within a month, we should be at 82%. Vaccinations are now open for everyone aged 12 years or older. In terms of the Gold Line update, there is no update of new information. We'll have further discussions in closed session. SB 9 was on the Senate floor for a third reading. It will proceed, and the estimate is that discussion on the bill would occur next week, but it's not definitive just yet that would be the case. Correct. It passed appropriations, is now going to the Senate floor, and the hope is that it will be discussed next week, so it didn't die on the
John,
suspense.
don't you have a presentation for that at some point in time?
And that's the last item would be, we do have a short YouTube video that was put together by the Sherman Oaks Homeowners Association, United Neighbors Against California Senate Bills 9 and 10, which is a pretty good representation of the bills.
Faces a housing showdown. Two bills working through the legislature in Sacramento threaten every single-family home in the state. They eliminate local zoning and permit unchecked development anywhere and everywhere. We all know California needs more affordable housing. In the guise of solving that problem, Bills SB 9 and SB 10 tear down existing homes and apartments for market rate replacements that cost even more. Under SB 9, developers can buy a lot, split it in two, and build two houses on each half. One house becomes four. The same developer can do it again, and other developers can too. No limit, no control. Under SB 10, developers can demolish a house and put up a 10-unit apartment in its place. With no obligation to upgrade gas, water, sewers, and power, what's in the ground right now will have to support 4 to 10 times as many people. With setbacks reduced to 4 feet, we lose shade trees and yards to absorb precious rainfall. Who benefits from this devastating change? Developers, sure, but behind them are Wall Street banks and hedge funds, buying houses, warehousing property, pressing the legislature for unchecked development. Lawmakers hear their voices. Now they need to hear ours. California needs more affordable housing, but there's a way to do it right. There are hundreds of miles of commercial corridors with existing infrastructure, near transportation, ripe for housing development with economies of scale. With imagination, California can build the future it needs without destroying the communities we have. United Neighbors speaks for what's distinctive in every community. Join us to tell Sacramento no on SB 9 and SB 10.
Thank you.
And I'll put a link to that YouTube video on my Facebook page tomorrow evening.
Okay. Anything else, Chris? City Attorney?
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Members of the council members report on meetings attended at expense of the local agency.
Thank you, Bob. I want to welcome everyone to the Sherman Oaks Homeowners Association meeting. My name is Richard Close. We have a number of things we're going to discuss, very interesting. First, we'd like to start off by asking Bob to give us any information that we need to know.
I think they're out of order, Mayor.
For the webinar.
Okay, thank you. Just so everyone knows, we encourage that you ask questions to Assessor Jeffrey.
The meeting's
Krang.
been hacked.
Some of you sent them in ahead of time, but there is a.
Yeah.
All right, John, can we go forward? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to Tonight we have appointments to Parks and Recreation and Senior Citizen Commissions. John?
Okay, Emmett and I interviewed 5 qualified candidates, and in the end, we picked the following 4 to fill the 4 vacancies on the Parks and Recreation Commission: Rita Kerr, Janine Brummer, Aaron Wang, and Barry Tsang. And so that was our recommendation. Do I need to make a motion on that?
Yeah, you need a motion.
And so I'll move that we appoint those 4.
If possible, could we split that, Janine Brummer and Aaron Wang, separate from the 2 others?
I don't know, is that appropriate?
We can. I mean, we can do anything.
Okay.
Okay, so I would move that we appoint Janine Brummer and Aaron Wang as 2
Second.
members.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm abstaining from this vote.
Okay. And I move that we...
Okay. 4 yes, and...
Did you call for the noes?
Pardon me?
Did you call for the noes? Oh, there were 4 yeses?
4 yeses.
Oh, sorry.
And 1 abstention.
1 abstention. Okay?
And I then also move that Rita Kerr and Barry Tsang be appointed to the Parks and Recreation Commission.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Carries 5-0.
Was there a second on that?
Yeah, it was Weber.
Yeah, sure, it was me. I seconded it.
Thank you.
All right. I guess we're coming back to discussion now, right?
We got senior.
We have, don't forget the senior citizens.
Yeah, my question is, are we going to do, let's get Dennis out of the way. Dennis, Dennis is going to make a presentation for a senior member.
Well, yes, the mayor and I interviewed 2 well-qualified people, and we decided on Carrie Jansen. She's had considerable experience working with seniors. She works for Visiting Angels, which does home care. She's given seminars on health for seniors, diet, exercise, and aging. And she's very active in the community, active in the Chamber of Commerce. So I would move that we appoint Carrie Jansen to the Senior Commission.
Second.
Okay. All right, second be John. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. What is our procedural thing if we're going to split this now? So split it,
I'm not sure what do you want to do?
well, he just did abstention, and so they're appointed, the 4?
Correct.
All
Yes.
4 of those are appointed,
Yes.
okay. I thought there was going to be some kind of discussion here, but, all right, apologize. Okay, so let's move on to council members' remarks. Dennis.
Well, okay, last week, the Gold Line held a virtual town hall meeting and about the project from Glendora to Pomona, and it was very interesting. They said the entire project will be by January 2025, and that just means that the Gold Line will be completed, but it won't have passengers yet, because then they turn it over to Metro, and Metro has to train people and do testing, and they don't know how long that's going to take. But it's fully funded to Pomona. It is not funded to Montclair. And when it's completed, it'll be running over 200 trains daily in each direction. So if you think you have a traffic problem now, just imagine what's going to happen, but hopefully it'll be beneficial. And as far as the bridge goes at Bonita and Cataract, they're going to start that in either September or October this year, and Bonita will be closed for 3 months. Cataract will be closed for 9 months. And it was very worthwhile town hall meeting. Something else I would like to point out, and I'm going to give this to the city manager. There's an email that we all received from an Adrian Vasquez about a problem on Sierra View Drive and trailers. And this is something I spoke to our director of planning about. This has been going on for years, and I would like a report back about what we can do about it, or if we can do anything about it, and I'll give this email to the city manager so he'll have a copy of it. We don't have to get up and get it, but thank you.
And if we need it, I support that request for a report.
Okay, any problem with getting a report back? Yeah, I too know about that issue, and it has been long past.
It's been going on for a long
lot
time.
of years, so hopefully we can resolve it and get something moving forward with it. Okay, Eric.
You know, I wasn't going to have anything, but then I recalled in the back of my mind it's something that I listened to on the way home from work today, and that was a little news piece about our sheriff speaking on homelessness, and a lot of you could tell he was passionate about it, and I commend him for it, because I think at some points just the obvious needs to be stated. And I think his main point was that we can't just do nothing anymore. It's obviously insufficient. It's not helping, and we need to actually look at some innovative solutions. And you know, whether you agree with all of his proposals or not, I think, you know, a discussion like that fits in perfectly and dovetails with our committee that we're going to put together on the quality of life issue. And I encourage people, if they haven't seen that little press conference that he did, to look that up. I think it was really good.
Okay. John.
You never know who Emmett's going to call next. It's it's kind of great. I like it, actually. Yeah, Eric, thanks a lot. I mean, I wasn't going to talk about that, but I really appreciate you mentioning that. I didn't see the press conference or the suggestions, but as you say, as people always say, something has to be done, and some of it are some hard choices that we're going to have to make. The only thing I had was that we were going to talk about a local control resolution. That got delayed a little bit, so I was wondering if at our next meeting, I provided a sample a month or two ago, but I think, Chris, you got it and everything.
That item there weren't two members of the council that directed staff to bring that forward. So
there were two?
There were not two.
There were not two of the local control. Is there anybody that wants to just take a look at that?
Maybe you might explain what you mean by local
There's a resolution circulating, and to be honest, I haven't read it since I submitted it, but it's basically telling Sacramento that cities such as ourselves want to retain local control over things like housing and zoning and other things. And
I have no problem with that issue to bring it forward.
Yeah, actually, I do recall John bringing it up, and I
honestly thought that I seconded it then.
I seconded it when you brought it up because I'd signed on to that committee some time ago. So I thought we were going to bring a resolution forward. So if we can...
Well, clearly, since there's two, we'll obviously bring it back. It was to oppose the current practice of the legislature to continuously propose multitudes of bills and directly impact us outside
This is
of our
the Livable California resolution?
Not Livable Cali, but Cali. I think it's one of those groups.
It's the one that I had already signed on to, and you brought it up, right? That's the one we're talking about, because there was a resolution that was supposed to
gentlemen, could you speak loud enough so everybody can hear you?
Oh,
we were just talking about which resolution it was. I can fish it out of my email. It's probably floated down to about 200th on the list, and I'll find it and resend it. But I think Chris has got it.
It was the California Cities for Local Control, and John provided the email on March 22nd.
So you're going to bring it back?
We will take care of it.
Okay, John, something else?
Nope.
Okay, Ryan.
Sure. One, Eric, thank you for bringing up that stuff regarding the sheriff. I didn't have an opportunity to see the press conference, but I do know that the sheriff has been speaking a lot about regulated public spaces and ensuring that cities are rising to those challenges to be able to address regulated public spaces. The access to those spaces, as well as innovative solutions to be able to address the challenges of homelessness. So I do think that as we progress down this path, we are going to have to take some steps to be able to deal with it. I had the opportunity at my day job to tour the homeless housing that Supervisor Solis has developed over near the Men's Central Jail. And so that facility has several huge kitchens, several ADA temporary structures that were built up there, or prefabbed offices, and then the actual living areas are Connex boxes that have been stacked and modified to be livable space. Really elaborate setup with a dog park actually included in the area, and pipe chases, which were pretty interesting to see, but huge setup there. So the challenge with these things is that the length of stay at any one of these sites is supposed to be 90 days. And then when you talk with the folks running them from LASA and others, you say, well, what happens after 90 days? And so as long as these folks are showing that they're doing due diligence or putting effort forward to continue to progress into more permanent housing, they'll continue to be there. So if they're working to get a driver's license, or they're working on various programs related issues, their length of stay will be extended. So it's going to be fascinating as you start to see these locations become occupied, and how and what the system does. And I think that's part of what the sheriff has been talking about is, so what happens next? And so anyways, interesting stuff, and hopefully we can continue to follow those things. Eric and I had the opportunity on Friday. He gave me a call and said, hey, let's go get lunch. And so I said, cool, you want to go for an adventure? And so we jumped on the Gold Line and we rode it all the way down to North Hollywood, or I'm sorry, Hollywood Highland. And the Gold Line and mass transportation really, has a lot of opportunity and a lot of challenges that come with it. Having rode, we went every single stop. It took us almost 2 hours, I think, to go from APU Citrus Station to Hollywood Highland. And there's a lot to it when you look at barrier access control in certain stations that exist and not in others. Just the public safety aspect of it, and, access. Can't wait. But it is important that we do continue to look at those issues as we progress with the Gold Line, so that we're well prepared for anything that may come from it. Last thing, it's Memorial Day coming up, so just keep that in our hearts and minds as we move into this holiday weekend. And the reason for the holiday is always something to be remembering of. So I hope everybody has a great holiday weekend and a safe one, and we'll see you at the next meeting.
If I could just say something, Mr. Mayor. The last two gentlemen, who are both law enforcement people, mentioned about the homeless, and I think that I agree with both your statements in that in this case, law enforcement is really part of the solution, not part of the problem, and really an important part. And I think that our deputies have worked on this, and it's important that they be involved from the very beginning with this problem.
Thank you for those comments, Dennis.
Thank you, Dennis. Well, now that we know what Ryan and Eric did on Friday, I want you to know that I had the privilege and the honor to sit with Councilman Ebner during the Parks and Recreation, where volunteers from the community volunteered to serve the community. Had the opportunity to spend some time with Dennis, and we interviewed two candidates for our seniors. And I want to say that there was a very good interviews on both sides. I just want to thank all 7 people who volunteered to serve. Unfortunately, there's like any other, I hate to say it's competition, but they all did blessed, and they were, obviously there's always going to be winners and losers, and I think that we chose some very good people, but the people that we didn't choose were extremely qualified, and I hope we'll refile again. I have just 2 things. One, I would, over the last several weeks, I have received many calls from community members who have inquired about where I stand and where the city stands on the DA of the County of Los Angeles, Gascon. They're looking for an answer about how our law enforcement here in San Dimas and is reacting to it, and how our communities are reacting to it. So I would be looking for another council member to join me in requesting that we agendize this item for the next meeting, and at least have a frank discussion on that possibility.
Second.
Anybody opposed? I'd listen to anybody else.
Mr. Mayor, what do you want us to bring forward in preparation for that meeting? Are you looking for a resolution?
No, I'm actually looking for a discussion. Okay, for a discussion of the 5 of us, and then we may request a resolution. But I'd like to know what everybody else on the council is considering. There's a lot of different aspects of this thing. There's certain people are requesting recalls, certain people are requesting vote of no confidence. Those are the things, and I don't know that doing a resolution would be able to resolve how this council feels about either one of those issues.
I'm just clarifying for the agenda. So we will do a paragraph that explains, discussion of the council regarding community issues with the district attorney's office.
I'd be more specifically curious on how the district attorney's policies have changed or impacted our sheriff's department's ability or our law enforcement's ability broadly here in the city. So if it's changed their ability to file cases, if they're having people released on OR, or if there are enhancements that are not being filed, or any concerns we've heard from victims who maybe feel that they're not being heard or otherwise. Those are the things I'm interested in.
The one thing that I add, but I want to cautious, I do not want to, I want the information that he's asking for, that Ryan's asking for, is valuable information to us. But I do not want to put our local sheriffs in the middle of this thing. Their boss handles that portion of it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we properly agendize and communicate to the public what the tenor of the discussion is going to be, since we're not going to be doing a staff report and having a bunch of information with it. I just want to make sure that it's broad enough to encompass what you're looking for.
Super.
So I don't know enough about the issue, so I'm not involved in anything one way or the other. But I seem to recall he had a list of goals he was trying to accomplish. And maybe that would be helpful so we could see how each one of those is actually being implemented, if it's being implemented, what effect it has, like Ryan's saying.
I'll take a look at what he has, but again, we're then leading into now staff report with more detail than just an open discussion regarding those areas.
I just don't know enough about it to even discuss, but I can look up stuff in the meantime.
Right, and it's too far to get into the staff report, but I'm concerned that other local communities with smaller police departments, their own police departments, are going forward trying to file cases, and it appears to be they're reaching some difficulty. And I'd like to know kind of what's going on, because the reality is hard for us to judge what's happening in our community as far as filing cases and stuff like that. Deputies are doing a hell of a job out there putting bad guys in jail. And if the bad guy's leaving the building before the deputy's able to do a report, or any local law enforcement, that's not helping us. So I'd just like to at least have a discussion about it.
And I'd be curious for an update on specifically the status of the case involving the woman who was murdered in the park, and what charges were filed, or maybe what charges were sought, and then what was filed, and anything of that nature that can be shared as it relates to that.
It's gotten a little more extensive than I thought it was going to.
Yeah, we'll be doing a staff report.
Super. And one other thing is everyone knows that we belong to the Bonita School District here. We have 2 local high schools. One high school here in San Dimas is San Dimas Saints. And then on Friday evening at 5 o'clock at San Dimas, the Lady Saints soccer team will be playing for the CIF championship. They've gone through, I can't tell you how many games. I thought someone told me they were like 19-0. So anybody who has a couple hours of their time and enjoys soccer, or even if you don't enjoy soccer, go out and root the girls home. I believe they got a good chance to win it all. A young lady, the goalie by the name of Maddie Morris, kicked the last goal, the winning goal, into the end of the game. Penalty shots, or whatever they call them, playoff shots. So, let's show them that San Dimas cares about them. These are our kids. So I'm hoping to see quite a few folks out there.
What time does that game start?
5 o'clock.
Thank you.
At San Dimas High School. All right. All right. We're going to have a closed session. Would you like to explain it there, Jeff?
There's 3 closed session items. They're listed on the agenda. There's the labor negotiations item, and then 2 real property negotiations items. Councilmember Ebner, due to a real property that he owns within 500 feet, will need to recuse himself from both items.
B and C?
B and C. And Councilmember Vienna will need to recuse himself from item C tonight, also because of real property that he owns within 500 feet.
Okay, so Ryan and John, C. Okay, John, just B? B and C. B and C, okay. All right, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll go forward.
Okay, Mayor, the City Council met in closed session tonight to discuss the 3 items on the agenda, 1 labor negotiations item, and 2 real property negotiations items. Councilmember Vienna, due to a timing issue, had to leave in the middle of the first item. But the rest of the council had a discussion with staff and gave direction to staff. No reportable action was taken. On items B and C, council members Vienna and Ebner did not participate. And on both those items, no reportable action was taken. The council gave direction to staff after receiving a report from staff. And with that, our meeting tonight is adjourned.